Okay, and here is round two. We're back at it again. Oh, and I forgot that that's also in the queue. Let me go ahead and turn that off. There we go. Sorry about that, but it's getting busy, and it's getting busy rather quickly. We have a tornado warning, and I think actually a tornado on the ground from what I was looking at a few minutes ago for the stream that started. Let's go ahead and pause this, go to our radar sites here. Camera views might be a little iffy tonight starting out because of the fact that over towards South Dakota particularly, there's not a whole lot I can show. It's just not much out there. But we have at least two tornado warnings, one of which is radar indicated. I think the southern one might be the one that's on the ground. I caught a passing glimpse of someone's stream. Obviously, I can't show everyone's feed that's on here, but I do think that there is a tornado on the ground, possibly. I will put my money on this southern storm, truthfully. The one challenge that I have here is the fact that there's not much in the way of radar. Well, I mean, there's radar data, but everything's elevated here. We're pretty far away from the radar, so we can't look into that lower part of the storm where everything is actually happening. But one thing that I can tell you for sure with this hook on here is that it's definitely rotating. It's not even a question there. From what I see on here, though, it definitely looks like there is a tornado on the ground. Like I said, I would want to say it's with this one. Obviously, with it being rural out here, you're not going to get the biggest CC drop here, but definitely looks like we got another South Dakota tornado here, and that's really been the trend as of late. South Dakota has been a hotbed this year. And I remember Reed Timmer talking about this area potentially being that one area that we would really get a lot of tornadoes out of earlier this year, especially towards the back half of storm chasing season and into the summer. And turns out so far, spot on. But yeah, it definitely looks like there's a tornado on the ground with this cell. Want to try to get a better view of this storm here. I'm going to use the Aberdeen radar. We still have an inflow notch with this as well, so it's not out of the cards for this to potentially drop something also. Yeah, it looks like more storm chasers on this one, so yeah, I'm going to say it's this southern one that's on the ground right now. None of these warnings are showing a observed tornado as of yet. I think the next update we will indeed see that. This storm is also producing a 2-inch hail here, so that's about lime size. Can do a lot of damage to your vehicle, so you definitely want to make sure that you are staying aware of this storm if you do happen to be in the path of it. But for the most part, it's not a whole lot in the way of it. There's Platte Colony, but I think it's going to end up ultimately passing to the south of there, crossing State Road 44 and 50. The town that would probably be closest to being anywhere of a point of concern might just be Platte itself, but that's still a little ways off. And the forward motion of the storm isn't all that impressive. It's moving at 35 miles an hour, so this, like I said, this mainly would be to a point where I'm not too concerned of it hitting anything. Might be a farmstead here or there, but they have upgraded it now, so you know what we're doing here then. We're hitting that siren. We'll also be hitting music and just hitting our music here in just a little bit. Kind of settling in as we go, but for right now though, let's just staying on top of our warnings. Yeah, the ones remaining radar indicated for right now. Oh boy, that's a cool looking tornado that's on there though. I wish I could show it. Let's see if there's any cameras that I can salvage out here in South Dakota. Obviously chaser feeds are probably not going to happen today. None of the chasers that I can show are out there right now, I don't think. Just a little, everybody's just a little too far out of range. We have yet another tornado warning. This is number 3 now. We've had several supercells that have popped up tonight, and I remember talking in the discussion about the potential of this occurring, but I was skeptical as to whether or not it would verify. So far, that read that we did was the right one. So this is south of Rosebud Indian Reservation here. This is radar indicated tornado warning in effect until 5:30 p.m. Central for Todd County. This is capable of producing golf ball sized hail, and this is producing some radar indicated rotation. It's going to be near Littleburg and Scowney Village in the next 4 minutes. This is moving east at about 30 miles an hour. But yeah, this is the storm, and here's that rotation. It's not as strong as the other two, but I think this one's still developing. But definitely can see the inflow notch pretty clearly on here. It's this nice big sweeping curve that you're seeing here. That's our hook. So looks like we showed up at just the right time here. Now, one thing that I will make very clear here is that the main threat tonight actually isn't tornadoes. It's going to be damaging winds. We're expecting a lot of these storms to build up and then consolidate into a line as we get later into the evening. And with that will come the threat of hurricane force wind gusts. This environment is absolutely explosive out here as a result. And we're going to see potentially hurricane force wind gusts. Hail is still going to be a problem, and then there will be a lingering tornado threat amongst the leading edge of that line, and we would have embedded tornadoes. But damaging winds, a linear storm mode is going to be what we're most interested in at this point. So here we go. Not much more I can really say beyond that, really. So while I'm doing that, and of course get the music going too. Alright, let's see if we got this right. Okay, it looks like we got that rolling. Alright, so while I'm doing that, I guess I'll get some cameras up here, or I'm gonna try to. Like I said, South Dakota does not have a whole lot out there, so it might be a bit of a challenge. That is a beautiful stope. That's a beautiful, beautiful tornado right there. It's not a stovepipe. Wouldn't call it a perfect cone either. So I guess you would say that one's a drill bit. For anyone that's looking on other feeds and able to see that. Gosh, I wish I could show it. It's very pretty, and I don't think it's hit anything outside of open fields. And we love to see that. Tornado out in an empty field, not hurting anyone, not affecting anyone's livelihood or anything like that. Seems incredible. But yeah, I'm seeing that on social media right now. And it's also up on my TV screen. Gotta support the chasers even though I can't pay them or show anything on here. There was also a fire with that southern storm as well. This storm hit an open field with some lightning and fortunately caused a fire. It doesn't look like any buildings are affected. Just some open field on fire. It's pretty cool to see it with the storm as well. Maybe I could drop the link and show you. Drop the link and then you just click into the app that way, maybe. I wonder if there's any harm there, but obviously I can't show it on my feed. Yeah, I'll just copy and paste, I guess, maybe. If anyone does know if I would get in trouble for doing that, then please let me know. ahead of time, so I don't, yeah. I don't want smoke with anyone, really. Not in the mood. Here you go. Alright, but here is that link. Anyone that might be interested. Let's see if we can get anything out here at all. So just to let you know, the southern storm still has a tornado on the ground at this moment in time. We're going to be on watch to see how much longer this progresses for. This is in a decent environment, I can't lie. It's not a stacked environment for tornadoes, but it's sufficient enough to be able to maintain whatever it can develop, so long as these storms remain discreet. The key component to this is a ridge that we have a little further off towards the south. And it's the convergence of these winds along with a little bit of a shortwave that's popped up over here as well. And it's through this is where we've gotten that first bit of activity to pop up. Like I said, eventually we're going to see this all consolidate into a line of storms. But in the meantime, though, while we're waiting for things to develop here, there is a notable tornado threat. The SBC put out a 5% for right around this area, I would say. We should have already entered it, I think. Oh no, we're still in the 2%. So there is a chance maybe that we could see an increase in activity here as we go further off towards the east. Question is just what kind of storm mode will we have by that point? Let's see what we got here. Anything that I can use here. I think that this is so far from the highway that I can't use any DOTs. Definitely does not look like I can. What a bummer. What a bummer. Not really any bigger towns here either. Yeah, I don't think there's any way I'm catching this one. I'll try to be ahead of the game here. Maybe I'll look over towards the border between Sioux Falls and the state line between there and Minnesota, then maybe also towards western Iowa as well. Iowa does a little bit better for the cameras, and the same with the southwestern parts of Minnesota. Further east you go, the better it gets. Better DOT coverage, and maybe a few other options might open up. Right now, we're just kind of stuck with the radar. Do need to get in touch with Hascams. Maybe there's an opportunity there in the future. Let's go ahead and put all these in a loop while we're at it. Pretty messy looking tornado on the ground still, it looks like. wow, I didn't realize I had the scan going that far out. Let me fix that, because we don't need to go that far. Probably gonna go like 15 on here. Let's pause that. Start over. There we go. That's more like it. We got an upgrade to a slight risk tomorrow. Guess while we're at it, since I have an extra screen open for right now, I'll go ahead and look at the synopsis for that. Okay. Alright. Looks like that tornado might have lifted now. So at this point now, we're just kind of watching these other storms. This storm could likely, and I think it probably will cycle this one that had the tornado on it. It's this storm that's the leader off to the south here. I do think that it could make another attempt. Eventually, I do think that these two will end up converging and consolidating into a line going forward. So I'm just digging around on social media. If there's any way that I could show a picture of what happened with the storms a little earlier. Yeah, okay, the tornado's definitely gone. If there was a chance that I could actually put up a picture of what happened, then I'm trying to see if I can make that happen. I'm also seeing some other stuff. For example, while obviously the tornado warnings still matter to us, over towards Tampa Airport today, the heat index was 120. Being an outdoor worker myself, just thinking about that makes my mind shudder. So while you heard me just kind of go wince a little bit. Okay. Well, no dice there. We kind of just got what we got. Sorry, y'all. Getting awfully loud out there, aren't we? Rotate through our storms real quick. We still have that observed warning. Let's actually change the radar mode. If only these were closer, I'd get a better idea just from looking at this. I think it's still rotating from what I'm seeing. The few chasers that are on here. It does seem like that there's something going on here still. Rotation looks pretty impressive towards the upper levels of this one as well. There's a couple of chasers on it. Hey, Justin. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. I'm guessing you're probably still at work. Yeah. Appreciate you tuning in, bud. You did miss a heck of a tornado. Of course, we weren't able to catch that one, but there's a heck of a tornado just a little bit ago. This storm right here actually might drop another one, though. I say that just as they take the warning off there. They're probably going to reissue it, though, most likely. Yeah, Storm Runner Media and a couple other smaller chasers were on it as well, which was really nice to see. I think everybody now is just now starting to go live. So it's a little bit of an uphill battle here. Our small little channel. Trying to garner some eyes on this storm. Hey, Emmanuel, good to see you, though. Better late than never, man. Besides, just happy you tuned in. Oh, by the way, did you see that tornado earlier in South Dakota? This storm, it was on this storm. All right, Justin, looking forward to it. This one right here, yeah, I think it has an opportunity to. I just wish we had some better radar data at our fingertips. We don't have much. Everything is so far away. Yeah, no one's really got eyes on it. That southern storm looks like it's ready to go again, though, too. This went along perfectly with what I was talking about in the discussion earlier today. Yep, and there's our reissue. It's now radar indicated, which is not surprising. We knew that one lifted a while ago. Oh, you haven't seen it yet? Yeah, it's on social media. It was a beautiful tornado. Very photogenic. I don't think it hit any structures either, which is the best part. It just stayed in open fields. It was a beauty. It indeed was a beauty. Also, to anyone that's tuning in, appreciate you being here, choosing our channel tonight. Definitely would urge you to hit that like button, and especially if you're new here, would love it if you hit that subscribe button. Is that on the ground again? And are those? Oh, I wish I could show you what I'm seeing right now, because it looks like we might get a violent tornado. I see multiple vortices on the ground. I see subvorts. This could be big. Obviously, I can't play the sound, but that is a huge funnel. I wish I could show you guys this. I just can't afford Storm Chaser rates right now, sadly. I am a broke man. But that is some intense rotation, man. That's probably on the ground again. So I'm going to be ahead of the curve here this time. And I'm going to probably sound the siren. This is that southern storm once again towards Burke. that looks to be dropping a tornado, and potentially a big one. Right now, as far as towns that could be involved here, there's not too many of them. Northwestern Charles Mix is still in there, Northwestern Gregory, and Southwestern Brule or South Central Brule counties. Yeah, as far as like actual towns in the warning or in the path of the storm, yeah, there's not really anything there. It's just kind of hanging out along this little Lake Francis tributary here, heading down this river. The next closest town that I can really think of might be Pickstown, and that's still a ways off. The storm's not an incredibly fast mover either. This is only moving at about 25 miles an hour to the southeast, so not going anywhere too quickly. Expecting to see this in mostly open fields, so ideal situation if we're going to have a potential giant here. Even though we're still far away from the radar, seeing this signature does say that there's some pretty notable rotation in there, to say the least. At least towards the upper levels of the atmosphere. The downside to being so far away from the radars is the fact that you can't really see what's going on at the lower levels. But yeah, this could easily, I do think it still could easily drop a giant. Man, South Dakota's on something different, man. Like, what a storm. Huh. Oh, I wish Justin was still here. I'm pretty sure that I found a video that he would not necessarily get a kick out of, but something that he could relate to. I wonder how long it'll take for them to upgrade if it's still on the ground. Because if it already lifted at this point, I don't think they would upgrade this one. On the bright side, we are down to one tornado warning again, though. I'm also trying to see if I can find this cut of what we were just watching. Because if I can, what I'll do is I'll drop the Twitter link so that way you guys can see it. Figure at the very least, even if I can't show you on the stream here, I want to at least give you a chance to look. At least for those of you that are interested, of course. Yeah, I think this is still on the ground. Oh, it's a cone. I think that's a cone that's on the ground right now. So I think that storm still does have a tornado on the ground. It's getting a little bit rain wrapped. It's a little harder to see, but yeah, it looks like a cone tornado that's on the ground. It's a very pretty one once again. Prolific storm right here. Well, at least we were live for it. Nothing else. I think this is going to be a day where the weather community is really buzzing from the storms that we're dropping today. Once again, South Dakota here, I tell you. South Dakota is putting on a show. And like I said, once again, it looks like a lot of these are staying in open fields, which is really the best case scenario. You couldn't ask for much better. You really couldn't. Is it gone again? Or has he just lost sight of it for now? They just tend to get louder. Give an inch, take a mile. Alright, I guess I have to have a little chat. I'll be back. Alright, we are back, and I'm gonna assume they upgraded that warning finally. Yep, they did. Baseball-sized hail also. Wow. Let's try to get up close and personal again with this storm. Really don't know which radar site would be best to look at this, truthfully. I'm gonna say this one. Thing is spinning like a top, though. Yeah, she's gonna try to do it again. She's a cyclic supercell that's producing multiple tornadoes. Oh, you even got the little donut hole reflectivity here to go with it. So plenty of rotation in this joker, that's for sure. funnel cloud with it once again. These have been notable hailers so far. There's been some pretty big hail with this. In fact, I think I saw a view of somebody's windshield getting decimated by some large hail, or a window or something. Oh, the risk you take when you storm chase, I tell you. Would we call it a PDS, honestly? Alright, I'm gonna take a look at the SPC here while I'm at it. I'm trying to get an idea of any other meso discussions that are popping up here. I think we're still a couple hours away from the main line beginning to initialize here. Or at least I haven't seen the beginning phases of our line yet. I would anticipate that that's going to change pretty soon, though. Perhaps this might be the start of it here. Still a pretty good hook with this, though, while you're playing. I just wish we had another radar site within the heart of the state. If we did, I think we would be good to go here. So we just got a big radar hole here. That's all it really is. If I could just get a clear view. Oh, I just saw your comment, by the way, Emmanuel. If it was the one from yesterday, yeah, the one from yesterday did hit a house. Today, though, I haven't seen anything like that yet. But yeah, the one in Watertown was insane. That was incredibly strong. But yeah, I haven't seen any indications of the linear mode kicking in just yet, so we could still theoretically have multiple tornadoes before all is said and done. Especially with the way that this storm is going currently. In fact, while we're at it, we haven't even really hit the peak risk area just yet for anything really. Not tornadoes, not the moderates. We're still in the enhanced risk area yet. We're getting plenty of action already, or at least that's what it feels like. But yeah, this is our general outlook here. What do you think will happen in Cedar Rapids this evening? Hang on, let me clear the map here and go back to the categorical. Okay, so Cedar Rapids, you guys are in the enhanced risk. So a lot later this evening, I would say, is where I would expect your storms to arrive. I would expect damaging winds to be your main threat. I wouldn't rule out the potential for a tornado, but it's still possible. You're outside of the 2% area, so there's a little bit of reassurance. The storms should be weakening in theory, but there's so much energy in the atmosphere that I wouldn't say just let your guard down completely. But I would say damaging winds are your main threat later tonight, and I'll actually pull up the models real quick while I'm at it, just to kind of give you a better time frame as to when exactly these storms should be moving into your area. There we go. Oh, let me get the radar up on here on the smaller screen that I set up. There we go. Alright, so for anyone that's still keeping track of the storms there, this is what you just want to be looking towards the bottom left corner of the screen. But as far as your area is concerned, we'll zoom in here too. Alright. Actually, I think I'm going to move this a little bit further east. There we go. Okay, so current time of this model is right at about 6 o'clock Eastern time or 5 o'clock Central. So if we were to move this forward just a bit, I would really expect your storms to come in pretty late. We're already going to be pretty much overnight at this point. It may not be it may be as late as maybe 2 or 3 a.m. really. The other thing that makes things kind of complicated is some of the models are varying in regards to the final outcome with this storm setup here for tonight. Tomorrow is kind of interesting too. The setup's not entirely identical, but I do think that the potential for yet another big storm is possible. I would say again, just like with today, damaging winds would probably be the main threat. I wouldn't rule out a tornado, but I won't go as far as to say that's exactly what happens here. So this is the different model that I'm looking at over here. This is the NAM. It looks like pretty much a similar time frame. I would say about 2, 3, maybe even 4, as late as 4 a.m. is when the storms would arrive. It really depends on how quickly this line kind of fires up here. Right now, if you look on the radar on the bottom left here, we're mainly dealing with discrete storms still, a lot of supercells. Once we get everything to kind of congealed into a line, the forward speed is going to increase. And that's really going to be the wild card in regards to our timing. But by, I would say, rush hour tomorrow morning for your area, the storms are gone. And then maybe late tomorrow will be a similar deal, some redevelopment. It looks like in this case though, it's stay to the south of your area, so the activity that you would get tomorrow might be a little bit more limited, but it looks like it'll be in a similar time frame if you were to get anything at all. If anything, I would just expect some messy rain as we head into tomorrow evening, tomorrow night. Now, one thing I will say though, and I urge you to keep this in mind. Well, actually this model is pretty up to date. I don't really use the NAM as much as I'd like to. because of how slowly it uploads. Hey, Shiori. Yeah, the main threat I think is really going to be tonight. Tomorrow, I think Cedar Rapids won't be in quite as much of a risk. I think everything stays south of you. You end up just getting more or less just some heavy, pesky rains, which isn't all bad. At least you'll have an opportunity to at least cool down. I'd trade with you, especially tomorrow, because we're still under heat advisory here. And there are a couple of excessive heat warnings around the state that are sprinkled in as well. And also, I don't know if you noticed, but I love a good storm too. Just don't want it to hurt anyone. I'm going to compare some of this to the global models as well too while I'm at it. I don't feel like I've been implementing them enough in the short range, and they've actually been pretty accurate. It's been a quiet monsoon. Yeah. Anywhere further off towards the east, it's been a little bit quieter. The desert southwest actually has been moderately active. And you have to keep in mind what's active for them is light work for us a lot of the time. It just floods faster because those grounds often end up being a little bit drier. And the drier the soil, the less moisture it's able to take in at once. I think this might be the first sign of a merger beginning to occur here. If you look closely, you'll see this storm starting to shift a little bit further to the south and east here. Well, really just starting to take more of a southward turn in general. I do think with that turn, though, there may be potential for at least maybe one or two more opportunities at dropping another tornado. But also, I see storms beginning to form off this outflow boundary, or this little tail right here that's beginning to develop. That's the outflow boundary. As a result, new storms are going to fire, and this will be the first signs of our linear mode beginning to take shape here. So far, it looks like everything's been pretty well forecasted by the model data that we've been using. Now, how this linear mode looks really is going to be dependent, or how this linear mode turns out is going to be really interesting. HRRR is kind of going against it, whereas the NAM is kind of going the other way with it. Really interested in seeing what something like the GFS has to offer with this as well. Especially since that model data is just now starting to roll in. No problem, C. Happy to help, man. Happy to help. Timing seems a little off, but yeah, GFS kind of going the other way with it now. This looks like it's going to be a messy forecast all the way to the end. Of course, GFS isn't a high-res, isn't necessarily a high-res model here. The Euro, however, is a little bit better for that. But even it's kind of going away from it. That's interesting. It has it leaning more to the north now. And then here's it. Okay, that's, yeah. It seems like we had good model agreement for a while, and now we're going in the opposite direction now. You gotta love the summertime setups because each model ends up getting its own scenario as time goes on here. Of course, this is also the lunchtime models. The dinner time model should be loading within the next 30 to 45 minutes, or I should say it'll start loading. It'll probably take like 45 minutes for that to get done, so we might have to check back in like an hour. So, kind of makes for a pretty frustrating situation in regard to forecasting. So, this, ladies and gentlemen, is what I like to call the model cusp. My favorite thing about forecasting. You're caught in between that time frame in which you have all the old model data being cycled out with the new data, but it still needs to load. Video coming on that real soon. Anyway, back to what we have going on right now. Still have our lone tornado warning. It still has the observe tag with it. The hail size, however, has begun to drop. So there's some good news to be had there. I think we're still about an hour off or so from any sort of potential linear mode really starting to take over. It could happen faster than that. The thing about this environment that I talked about earlier, and I should probably pull this back up, is the fact that the amount of energy in this environment that we have for today is crazy. It's some of the highest cape values I think I might have ever seen. So if I were to go ahead and look at our surface base cape, these numbers that we have seen are off the charts. Let's go ahead and look at current time. Look at this. 6,000 joules of cape, and there's probably some areas where we're even getting closer to 7,000 to 8,000. These are some ridiculous numbers. There's so much energy in the atmosphere. And that's really where the main concern lies, is that once these storms do go linear, they're going to sustain themselves for an extended period of time just from this energy alone. Forget some of the other dynamics that are there, which are also more than capable of sustaining thunderstorm strength as well, and really pretty well suited for damaging winds. Like I said, I really think the linear mode is going to determine how widespread potential damage could be. I'm hoping that that stays to a minimum. But it's based off the energy available. There's a high ceiling with this. Not saying that we need to panic. It's not doomsday or anything like that, but I definitely will say that I see the potential. But for right now, though, we're going to keep our focus on these two storms particularly. This still has a tornado possible tag on it. It's starting to take over a little bit more of a right turn here, and it's still discreet with a little hook on it to go with it. So no sleeping on these storms here. Can't do it. If the rotation is going to survive with this one, it'll probably end up needing to shift more to the east. If that rotation pushes off to the west anymore, it's probably going to die out. Because what I would expect to have happen here soon, these two are eventually going to consolidate. Either that or these two are going to end up killing each other off. I don't see any in-between scenario happening in this case. Okay, so let's actually look at velocity while we're at it here. I do think that this would still have a chance of maybe producing if it can get better inflow intake here. This rotation, I think it's doing exactly what we're talking about. I think this new meso replacement's happening here. And this would lead to another opportunity. Yep, look at that. Called it perfectly. fact, if I'm not mistaken, looking at this feed that I'm looking at on here, I'm sorry I can't show it by the way, guys. But based off what I'm seeing from the Storm Chaser feeds, it definitely looks like there's a new funnel trying to develop too, just as we picked up on this. Wish we could be out there real time. If we were to be out there, we'd be able to probably verify it a little bit faster. Yeah, that could be another funnel cloud here. I don't know if I could confirm it just yet though either. Yeah, it definitely looks like a new meso's taking shape there. Maybe a new wall cloud even forming. Storm behind it, which we'll also be watching over here, storm number 3. This had a tornado warning earlier. Golf ball sized hail is occurring with that storm. We do have a new tornado warning, by the way. This warning is radar indicated for Aurora, Gerald, and northern Brule counties in South Dakota. This is moving at 40 miles an hour, located over Bauer. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. I probably didn't. Bower Hill, or 10 miles east of Fort Thompson. This also has potential for hail up to 2 inches in diameter, and is expected to remain over mostly rural areas outside of the location Pukawana. So it's tornado warning number 2. Kind of hard to see anything with this one because we're starting to get really far from the radar at this point. I would also go as far as to say that Kimball might need to be on the lookout for this storm here, along with Crow Lake. That's really about it, though. Need some fluids. Is that a new tornado? It looks like it's just a wall cloud lowering at this point still. Kind of hard to see anything right now. I'm kind of leaning towards just a lowering, if anything. Yeah, it's just a lowering for now. Yeah, I can confirm nothing on the ground yet. There's some good news to be had there. Still though, this is in an open field, so no harm, no foul there. This has still got a pretty solid little couplet here. Again though, as I mentioned before, we're still pretty far away from the radar. So, like I said, data's kind of limited here. Makes things a little bit difficult to read. If we were a little bit closer to our radar site, we'd probably have a better idea of what's going on at those lower levels. Even so, that upper level rotation is pretty solid, but is not the determining factor in producing tornadoes. I'm gonna try to see if there's any oh wow. The one time I don't look at a DOT camera is the one time there's actually a tornado on it. And of course it will be on the stills and of the South Dakota DOT cameras. I can't win. I tell you. Man, South Dakota's weather has been crazy this year. Oh, yeah, there's a new tornado on the ground, by the way. Big cone, actually. Holy cow. I think this is on Storm Runner Media's feed. Wow. It's another big tornado from that same storm. Just goes on and on with this tornado production. It's a factory. Also, by the way, thanks for getting the channel up to 10 likes for this stream. Appreciate that a bunch. We are dealing with a little bit of lag right now. I'm gonna try to see why that is. I'm hoping it's not what I think it is. Because I just updated OBS. I hope this isn't a bad update. I've noticed that recently we've had a few struggles with this, but it hasn't been anything terrible. Just don't want it to start to double down. I think we're good now. I think it's stabilizing again. Just make sure that you refresh your feeds. Just make sure you check the live button next to the play button. Make sure you hit that, and it should have you right back up to current time. Hopefully, that's just a one-off occurrence. It should be, but we shall see. My internet also has been a little bit sketchy too as of late, so I'm hoping it's not that. I'm just hoping it's just a random lag spike here. Yeah, that is a big old cone tornado caught by Storm Runner Media. This storm has been a beast, man. Truly, it has. It's been amazing to watch this. So they're gonna reissue that tornado warning. This also has 80-mile-per-hour winds, so this is actually our first destructive severe thunderstorm today, which is the other reason why we sounded the siren too, to go along with that. So there's a personal weather station probably associated with a storm chaser that reported a 79-mile-per-hour gust. So this is a destructive storm for Bonesteel, Henrik, and Fairfax as well. Other locations we'll have to watch: Lake Andes, Pickstown, Platte, Burke. Hey, what's up, G bro? Marty, Bonesteel, Geddes, Herrick, hope I'm pronouncing that right, Herrick, St. Charles, Fairfax, and northwestern Yankton Sioux Tribal Nation. And of course, to go with that, it's not a possible tornado. There is a tornado on the ground with this one. They just have to reissue the warning. I really hate that I can't show this on my feed. In fact, this looks like it might cross over the state line, possibly into Nebraska. And there's the reissue. There's the observed tag to go with it. And did I mention that this storm has a cone tornado on the ground? It's a pretty sizable tornado. It's on Storm Runner Media's feed. Obviously, we aren't clear to show his feed, so we're not going to. And one thing that I do find crazy, though, right now, is that we have people mocking the NWS, saying that this is going to be a derecho, when really the derecho wasn't going to get started until about an hour or so from now. I just read something. Somebody has observed lightning 40 miles beyond the core of the storm. That is unheard of. So that forward flank of the storm is doing some incredible stuff right now. Our storm chasers are going to need to be careful today. So to put them in perspective for you, I'm going to try to see if I have a feature that could show you exactly what I'm talking about here. I don't think it has the feature I'm looking for. Because what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to show you where the rain core is, which is all the way back here. And then I was going to pull this up and show you where the furthest lightning strike is from this, which is all the way towards Stickney. Core's back here. It's over towards Stickney. If I were to go off of scaling, that's about right, because if I have this set correctly at 1/8 here, this would be close to about 5 inches, maybe 6. So what I mean by 1/8, 1 inch is about maybe 8 miles here. I'm probably off on that by a long shot, but I'm trying to do the best I can with what I got. Weatherwise is a good map, but is a great radar app, but it doesn't have all its features yet. They're still updating it, and they're still working on it. I think the app is great, though. I love how much easier it is on my computer. That's for sure. I can't even hear my own music. Hopefully you guys can hear it, and hopefully y'all are enjoying it. That rotation as it's gotten closer to the radar site is much more clear. Okay, this is about what we've been talking about. This is very similar to what we've been talking about in regards to today's severe weather threat. These storms could remain discrete for just a little while longer, but I am expecting, once again, to see a linear mode begin to pop up later into the evening. It's basically a rough rundown of of just everything I just read. This is getting closer to the Sioux Falls radar site, so I'd like to think it'd be a little easier to see what's going on now. I'm starting to see a little bit of a shift again towards that, towards an eastward motion component. Like I said, I think within the next hour we'll start to see much more of a clear-cut linear mode taking shape. Still have a cone tornado on the ground with the storm towards Butte. It's a barrel-shaped tornado now, they're calling it. Still on the ground, by the way. I'm looking through social media. I'm just trying to find something to share with you guys. I'm sorry. These storms are also said to be about 70,000 feet tall. Man. Uh-oh, I think we have had some, oh no, something did get hit. No. Not what we wanted to see here. Something did get hit near Dixon. I'll leave the link in chat here so y'all can see it, but unfortunately it looks like we do have some damage. We're having decent luck. I was just hoping it would have continued. What a year, honestly, man. Holy cow. What a storm system. Uh-oh. Not again. Okay. We're almost forgetting about this other one, but so far I haven't seen anything that leads me to believe she's dropping anything. Rotation's not nearly as impressive as this one has been, and even then this one looks like it's trying to drop off. Of course, still not that close to the radar, so it's not giving me a lot to work with, you know. But still, we've been far away from the radar pretty much the whole day, and if you've seen any of the videos that we've seen today of the tornadoes, I should tell you that in this case, being far away from the radar doesn't give us any indicator as to what's going on. Sometimes it's looked great on radar, other times it's looked a little bit more sloppy and it still dropped something. See what we got here. Nothing's really changed. Hail size is a little bit smaller. We have $half size hail. Dang, man, my ear's itching. And I kind of need to go to the bathroom real quick. Well, give me a moment, guys. I'm going to head to the restroom real quick. All right. Much better. Alright, so I think the tornado might have lifted for now. Given the history of this storm, don't look past it. It might still yet drop another one. Rotation's kind of died off, but this has been a classic cichlid supercell. Just constantly drops a tornado, it weakens, storm takes a moment, forms up a new meso, ends up planting another. And it's in an environment where it could just keep doing that. I don't see any reason why it wouldn't be able to, truthfully. Okay, so here's what I think's about to happen within the next couple of hours beyond the linear mode that we're gonna slowly but surely see develop here. Also, would expect to see a new severe thunderstorm watch, or basically an eastward progression of this severe thunderstorm watch to occur within the next hour or so. Because it only goes out right to this state line here between Minnesota and South Dakota here. So we'll start to see Minnesota become included in this. And eventually in time we may start to see Iowa get into the mix here. We're really still a ways off from being towards peak time. So like I said, we're really just kind of watching our supercells here. And then from that point and beyond here, we're shifting our focus more and more towards maybe... What was that? Where's the warning at? Oh, we got a tornado warning in Ohio. What the heck? What's this random little guy doing here? Huh? Got a random tornado warning in Ohio here. So this is of course radar indicated, and this is at Medina, Summit, and Wayne counties. It's moving east at 30 miles an hour, located near Rittman. It's going to be near Barberton, Wadsworth, Rittman, and Doylestown within the next couple of minutes. I'm gonna guess the rotation is somewhere up in there. Move this out the way. Somewhere up in here. Just from looking at reflectivity alone. I don't think it's gonna be anything necessarily for us to write home about, but yep, there it is, right in there. Actually, could be a little bit closer to here. Any of this area right here could be where the rotation is. It looks kind of broad, but it looks like it could ramp up. Oh, radar data's moving in kind of slow here. Wonder what's going on. Oh man. Uh-oh. Is there any reason why I can't get any radar data over here? Is it just me? Fair enough. What's going on with the radar over here, though? I wasn't having these issues earlier over towards South Dakota. What's going on right now? Let me see if I can go back to it after looking at these. Avon, okay. I think that was earlier this year, wasn't it? We got another funnel, by the way, on this storm again. What did I tell you? What did I tell you? Okay, let's see if we can find something here. I think we might have been live for that one. I'm not even sure anymore, man. I'm not even sure. This has been an interesting year for tornadoes, that's for sure. Bro, what is going on with my radar? Do I need to close out and open? Let me reopen. Let me I was trying to roast you. How? Okay, there we go. I don't know what was going on with weatherwise for a moment there. Just really odd how that was. There we go. Ah, yep. If it did anything, it was short-lived. But nah, like when it comes to these streams, once you like start doing so many throughout the year, especially how it was like during this spring, it gets really hard to keep up. So I do that, go to work the next morning, and have another stream, go back to work the next morning. Your brain eventually starts to just turn to mush. You can ask my coworkers sometime. Yeah, well, I guess the old close and reopen or restart weatherwise trick worked like a charm. You love to see it. Some sneaky low-level convergence happened with this Ohio storm, though. It was weird I just randomly did that. But, yeah, some sneaky low-level convergence happened here. And that was enough to get this storm to maybe prompt a tornado warning. I would say there's even a small chance that that did briefly touch down. Because if you actually look at the loop, watch this. Watch this area really closely. Boom, right there. Watch this. I'm gonna go 2 scans here. Boom, right there. I wouldn't be surprised if we ended up getting a report of a tornado that briefly touched down. It was there for 2 scans and then just like that, gone. It's a classic case of topography having its influence here. And really it's kind of a similar case with this storm too, with this environment. We're near a river valley as well, which always kind of helps kind of amplify some low-level shear, even though from a synoptic standpoint, well, not from a synoptic, but from a meteorological, yeah, I guess you would say synoptic. My brain's not working already. And we still have a long ways to go with this stream. That's not a good sign. but from a topographical standpoint here, this low-level shear can sometimes be enhanced by valleys like this one. I think a good example was the Valona tornado back in 2014 that hit Arkansas. It was a great example of that. Whenever the storm would be on the downslope of those mountains there, it would often end up intensifying, and that's where we would see some of the worst damage. That low-level shear was amplified by that downslope wind that we would get from it. And I think that something similar to this, combined with the ridge that we have off to the south and the boundary that has formed because of it, is also a reason why we may be seeing increased activity here, because it's most likely rooted with the frontal boundary. And really, this has been the main one that's produced. Nothing else I've really seen has really dropped. We've had other tornado warnings, but nothing's been as prominent as this storm over here to the south. Looks like there might have been a few houses over here towards Bone Steel. That was a pretty strong tornado that it moved through there not long ago. I don't know if you guys remember the warnings that we had mentioned earlier, but we did I do in particular remember saying Bone Steel a couple different times. Hoping everybody is alright. Of course, they're allowing this to continue. This is back to radar indicated again. But we know the history of this storm. This has the potential to easily drop multiple tornadoes once more. Wouldn't it be something, and we've had this happen earlier this year, but wouldn't it be something if this storm drops 10 plus tornadoes, maybe even 20, and all our reports come from this one storm? All our tornado reports tonight come from this one storm. Like I said, derecho potential is still there, but the warnings tonight, man, have been the tornado warnings tonight have been the main topic. Like, it's not even a question at this point. I wish you all could see this structure too. This is basically a mothership of a storm. Absolute beauty. Dang, I might have to step out for a minute a little bit later. So I can get some gas in the car, most likely. It still also has that 80 mile per hour straight line wind threat with it. This doesn't look like it's going anywhere anytime soon. It's crazy to believe that the night is still young too. Oof. Dang. Is our high warning still in effect? No. Alright, so we're back down to radar indicated again. These other severe thunderstorm warnings, I'm looking at those as well. So far we've stayed on the lower end of the spectrum in regards to damaging winds. I'm starting to think there's a chance that maybe the HRRR outlook might be right. I would find that rather ideal, but it's still early. But yeah, best case scenario would be something like the HRRR scenario. I mean, even the NAM 3 kilometer was kind of still on it. I don't know. I don't know which one to really latch onto. Global models have been kind of against it though too, so I want to say maybe HRRR comes out to be the scenario, but we'll see. It's just really only one way to find out. Set up for a little later whenever these storms move their way into Iowa. At least we do have cameras there. We just gotta play the waiting game for that part. the same thing for Minnesota here. Still holding on to radar indicators across the board here. Forward storm speed is not that high though. Storm remaining at about 20 to 25 miles an hour. You may have an occasional 35 sprinkled in. Okay. I think that's our new watch beginning to come in right now. I think they're going to probably wait a little while to do the southern end right here. These storms are still not that close to the border yet, so it's going to probably be a little minute. Like I said, the forward speed of these storms is not all that fast. 20 miles an hour, so these are very easy to catch for the storm chasers right now. And pretty easy for them to read, too, at this point. Good road network in South Dakota here as well, and northern parts of Nebraska. Not really a whole lot to fight against, which is ideal. Let's do... guess we can go back to reflectivity. I mean, not much is really going to change. One plus side is we're finally, and I mean finally, getting in range of the radar here. It has been tough sledding throughout the stream, trying to get a read as to what's going on here. Another interesting thing to point out here is also the shape of this whole storm here. Just looks like one giant hook, a giant kidney bean. But of course, it's the main, this front flank right here that's going to be our point of interest. This, however, I've also made note of the fact that this has not taken a linear form yet. So that's an interesting interesting observation. Let me grab my phone real quick. I need to do something while I'm at it here. I also just want to say I appreciate the support tonight. We're sitting at 13 likes. Know that a lot of people are streaming this one tonight, so appreciate all of you that chose to tune in so far. Still far from finished. Okay, there we go. Alright, so these storms are starting to enter Minnesota here. All of these are just barely at severe limits right now. That's kind of interesting given the outlook that we have here. I would expect a little bit more out of these considering this is still in enhanced risk territory. The energy, however, does seem to be a little bit further to the south. I'm going to look at some model data in just a minute because I know that some's coming in right now from HRRR. We'll have to see whether or not that ends up showing what we need it to show. But yeah, we're still in an area where the severe weather threat is pretty elevated. I wonder how it's all. Oh, come on. Not this again. I thought we weren't going to have these problems. We were so close to the radar. We're getting so much closer to the radar, at least closer than we've been. And now we're having more problems. As far as radar is concerned today, you just can't win in South Dakota. Still, though, the storms have been really impressive, nonetheless. So, you know what? I'm not going to complain. Screw it. I do want to look at the echo tops here and see how tall they are at this point in time. At one point, these were as high as about 70,000. They're easily still 60,000 plus. They've weakened ever so slightly. But those updrafts would lead me to believe if these were to get going, these could drop some serious wind still as well. And these storms over here towards the Minnesota line here, it's not like these are slouches either. These are going about these are up to about 60,000 plus, or 55,000 plus, or 50,000 plus. There's a couple 55 sprinkled in there. This one's also hitting 50,000. Like I said, with the environment that we have out here, as much energy that as there is available, I feel like it's still only a matter of time. This is going to be a while. This all consolidates into a line, though. That forward speed is going to jump up dramatically. We just have to cross that bridge, and we are not there yet. Hopefully we can get a good velocity scan in the next, I don't even know how long. This is going to become essential within due time. Hail size has picked back up on this one. This hasn't been prolific like that other one, but it's still trying. I wonder if the forward speed has increased on this one. Yes, it has actually. It's up to 35 now. I do think an attempt for some consolidation could occur here, but it seems so far off still at this point. It's hard to believe we're not even at 8 o'clock yet, though. Which is about that time where we were really going to start to see these kind of congealed. We still have our warning here that sneaks into the southern part of the state. Even though I don't think the storm itself is quite going to make it there. Well, it might actually. Yeah, I think it might. Question is, will that rotation shift back towards the west or to the east? If it shifts back to the west, I don't think it's going to last much longer. If it stays east, I think we'll still have opportunities here and there. Keep in mind, though, once this goes linear, there's still a chance that we get embedded tornadoes. So by no means is the threat over with this storm, or just really anything. Sorry about that, guy. Just trying to fill out a form real quick while I'm at it. Alright. Oh wow, so they dropped this warning now to 70 miles an hour, so there's potential that that storm might be weakening in the short term. I don't know about the long term yet. I'm not so gun-ho to think that things can't change again. Like I said, if we were to look at the environment out ahead of this, man, I tell you, there is a lot of energy out here. Give this a few minutes. I'm trying to give the models a little bit more time to upload before we get into that. I'm pretty sure the HRRR is done. Yeah, it is. Okay. Let's go into the beta mode, which will it'll show things a little bit more clearly. Give me about a minute here. 1 minute exactly. Look at this again. Everything's still radar indicated at this point. You always got to be watchful just in case. Alright, let's pull this back up again. Okay, so we'll keep the loop up while we're at it, just in case. But just a general look at what we're dealing with right now. We already know what to expect later. Even though the models still kind of vary, the expectation is for some level of linear mode to develop as time goes on. And it's not moving for whatever reason. There we go. Here it is. Here's that little derecho potential right up in here. And that's potential increases over the course of the next few hours. It looks like it weakens a little bit faster than it was previously forecasted. But it looks like the MCS kind of holds out until all the way up into the early morning hours. The reason why I think we're still on for that potential is mainly due to our amount of instability. And I gotta tell you, the energy that we have out ahead of this storm system is really something. Look at that. Just casual 5 to 6,000 joules per kilogram of Cape. Not some. It's totally something that you see pretty often. It's just totally something that you would see on a regular day, right? But yeah, a lot of instability available. So these storms are gonna be able to go on and on for quite a while here. You can see how these storms basically end up eating up the Cape as they continue to progress forward here. Just out ahead of it, even in the lower end of the spectrum here for these areas towards like central Iowa right now, still about 4,000, 5,000 joules per kilogram. Easy. And that lasts almost all the way up until the morning. So realistically, the threat could even last into the overnight, maybe even into the next morning. But I think peak time is going to be within the next couple of hours. Now, I have to step away at about 10 real quick. Not for good, but I'll need to step away to go to the store for something really quick. But I want to at least try to handle that really quickly before the store closes. But yeah, this is a general look at what to expect as we go throughout the rest of the night here. Alright, let's get that back off the screen and go back to the radar. Yeah, just a quick little update on the forecast here. Finish filling out this form while I'm at it. And grab my phone real quick in order to do this part. What am I looking for? Here we go. I clicked the wrong thing on my phone even. Now let's get this loop off of here. It looks like it is trying to consolidate now, so maybe it'll happen in the next 90 minutes. Maybe we'll kind of move the time frame up just a little bit. Oh, that's not exactly what I was trying to do. Oh, that was way earlier in the day. Forgot that loop is still going. Sorry about that, guys. Trying to do is I was trying to get a look at the forward speed of the storm. So they got a funnel cloud with this other cell now. That's the most progression I've seen out of that one today. Okay, they're sticking with radar indicated rotation, so no new developments with this. This has all just been... Okay, oh, this is a southern storm. I'm getting mixed up, help! But yeah, this northern storm has a funnel cloud on it, or has had a funnel cloud on it. This one, of course, we know its history, but it looks like with all of the mergers here that we're starting to see develop with it, think the potential for it to produce more tornadoes might be dropping off. Knock on wood. God, my phone's moving slow, so I'm not able to put in the info I need to put in. That's freaking awesome. It's just slowing me down. Oh yeah, of course, MS, of course, MX. I hope that you're doing well, by the way, MX. I'm also trying to fill out this form too while I'm at it. Gotta love the whole adulting thing, right? There. Okay, that's done at least. Alright. Screw that, I can. It's too hot out here. I'm going to complain. It is hot. My shoulders are burnt. No, I'm serious. I actually have sunburn on my shoulders. Like, my shirt, I'm not showing any indication of it, but like, yeah, my shirt is rubbing up against the burns on my shoulders. It kind of stings. So yes, I am going to complain, daggone it. I'm not happy. Help. Yeah, fair enough. I'm just talking a bunch of nonsense though right now. We're chilling right now, thankfully, at this point. There are warnings, but looks like things have kind of slowed down a bit. At least for the moment. We're going to see what happens when these storms try to consolidate into a line. It's really hard to tell just what's going to happen with these. Like right now, this does not look that impressive on radar. But the amount of energy that's out ahead of these, this could turn from this into a giant so fast. Ouch. What was I looking for? There's one other thing I was trying to grab here real quick. We still had a few pesky warnings over here towards Arkansas, Arkansas, Ohio throughout the day. So we do need to still be watchful of those. We did even get a sneaky tornado warning, and I have a fleeting suspicion that one might have dropped earlier. That, of course, is weakened below severe limits, but still keeping an eye on those here and there. Like I said, I really think our main point of interest is going to be here. And that's just about it, truthfully. We'll start to get visual on these storms once they cross the borders into Minnesota and Iowa here. we're just really playing the waiting game at this point. Like, again, just want to say it like I did earlier. Appreciate all of you that have tuned in up to this point, man. It means a lot, especially on these kinds of dates, whether it's on the big days or the slower days. Those of you that have been around for a minute or even are brand new, man, just want to say thanks. Appreciate the opportunity to even get to do this at all, regardless of whether it's full-time or not. We're a long ways from being at full-time, but still, it counts for something, you know? It means something to me, at least. Uh-oh. Gonna have to mute the music for a minute here. You have to turn it down on mine, which kind of sucks. Okay. I hate that it's going to be quiet for a few minutes, but hey. It's just what we got to do right now. There's reasons behind that. Oh, while we're at it, let me get that crosshair off the screen. There we go. That gets annoying sometimes when you leave it up there for too long. I think we're going to lose the tornado warning on this very soon. It's starting to look pretty disorganized now. Looks like this little sell-off to the north is starting to take over. Like I said, we're going to get a good look at these in just a minute here. That done. Okay. Okay, we got our first 70-mile-per-hour tagged warning here. And is at this point where the games begin. This is the first warning that this is the first severe warning that I've seen inside of the moderate risk parameters. So at this point, we'll find out whether the derecho forecast was legit or bust. Said there's lightning nearby in my area even. I have a little, of course, have my own little weather widget on my own computer for my area. Nothing too crazy going on right now. I kind of want to take a look and see what's what. Is anything moving my way? Nope. Not even close. Everything's way too far off to either the south or the west. Nothing to be concerned with on my end. Might be wise of me after this, filling out this last form here and going through this process to actually go to the gas station real quick and, well, not go to the gas station, go to the store. I do need to get gas in that car though while I'm at it. So might be what I do in a little bit here. I just hope that nothing crazy happens to my stream during that time. Don't have anyone that would I don't have any mods on here today either, so doesn't seem like I'd have anyone to back me up on this one. And watch. The one time I step away for about like 20 or 30 minutes is that's when all hell breaks loose. It's usually how it goes. Mother Nature likes to troll me like that and make me look bad. Yeah, I think this storm might finally be done with its tornado potential. I mean, there's still rotation there, but it's not, like I said, it's not what it once was. And then on top of that, it's definitely taking that linear look, like it's trying to go outflow dominant completely now. It's very messy storm mode now. So really, we're just waiting to see what happens with the rest of these. If this all consolidates, this is when I think that we're going to have that increased threat of damaging winds come into play here. Okay, that's done. Finally. Now I can play the music again. The storm structure on this southern storm is still incredibly beautiful, despite it not dropping anything right now. Oops, sorry for bumping the mic. Alright, so here's what I think I'm gonna do. So I definitely need to go to the store real quick. The store's right around the corner, too. I'm hoping it's okay with you guys if I step away for about 20 minutes. It's not like a lot is going on with this, so before that changes, let me go ahead and take care of business here. So I'm not gonna head off of here. I'm just gonna have the screen up. Yeah. Do it now before anything closes, because by the time 10 o'clock comes around, if anything fires off, I still want to be here. Watch. I bet as it goes away, watch the radar really start to light up, because it never fails. But I think I'll leave it like this and just take the webcam off and just kind of leave it in a loop. I will be back, guys. Alright. That took longer than I thought. Alright. So what we got going on here? What do we got going on here? 60, 60, and 60. I don't know, man. Could the derecho warning that we so-called got from the SBC not come in today? Did this may not verify here. If that is the case, I'm gonna be pissed. Because that means I could have waited. Still not far into that enhanced risk right now. Let's take a look at some model data. Alright, we should be able to get a look at the storms though now. Alright, so we're going to pull up some cameras from Iowa, at least to get a visual. I'm just glad that the stream stayed up while I was away. We're probably just going to be looking at them off in the distance here. Uh-oh. Towards West Iowa, it looks like it's all still shots. And half of them aren't working right now. That's not what we need to see. Oh no, we do have some that work over here. But it's not where the storms are. Well, I guess I'll take that back. We don't have any views yet. Or at least not for a little while. Once we get the Sioux Center, maybe. Okay, let's see what we got there. Still looks like we're gonna have to wait a while on that. I guess so. I guess we're waiting on. Because we're gonna have to put that on hold. Okay, so this camera in Minnesota's down too, dang. Well, it's not necessarily boding all that well for us. Let's try this one here. Yeah, these are all still shots though in Minnesota right now. It's not until we get towards the eastern half of the state where it looks like we get anything now. Okay, well, I guess we're just kind of in a hold pattern here for now. Might practice some guitar while I'm at it, I suppose. Oops. Sorry about that, guys. Didn't mean to bump the mic. Been doing that a lot today. Okay, so guess we'll do a little sound check while we wait. A little fuzzy today, isn't she? Why are we hot? Sounds tone sounds a little hot today. Might be time to change out the cable, or probably resolder this wire inside of here. Probably time for some new strings. It's been time for some new strings too. I'm messing that up really bad. Andy and Ozzy are very upset with me. May they rest in peace. Can't play that while warming up. And how exactly did they play it? This is how you know I don't really practice their songs. I need to. Okay. This is our strongest storm. This is probably what's left of that supercell from earlier. See what we're doing with the wind here. This still had a 70 mile per hour tag with it. Looks like a new meso discussion. Got issued 3 minutes ago, so this is new. So they're starting to backtrack on that earlier forecast now. This is showing an MCS, not really a BOEC or anything like that, like we were anticipating previously. MCS is expected to move southeastward along a sharp gradient of instability. That much is true. We need a cold pool. If we can get a cold pool, that's where those hurricane force gusts and greater would still be possible. So we're definitely starting to sell out on this southern mode here. So this area that we're watching now is pretty much the best chance of anything of major significance. Anything further beyond that up to the north, not really going to populate into much of anything. So we've received a little bit of a downtrend here. I think the moderate risk is still called for, but like I said, it's one of those instances where the classic summertime mesoscale ends up being absolute nightmare to forecast. But a downtrend would not be a bad thing, because the further east that this moves, the more people it's likely to affect here. Look at how things quickly begin to evolve here in regards to population as we get past Sioux Falls here. Notice how everything over here is kind of spaced out: Mitchell to Parkston, Salem to Freeman, how it's affecting not as many people as, let's say, over here. The eastern half of the U.S. is far more populated than the western half, so the further east you go, the greater the population density gets. So at this point, we're just hoping beyond hope that the worst doesn't end up happening. This is how you know I've been practicing a few days. It's been about 3 days, 4 days. It's so easy to lose it on here so quickly. I like the tone I got now from this. Alright, let's see if 0Z has come in yet. I know it's at least loading by now. Okay. At least it's coming far enough into range for tonight. And into range for tomorrow, too. So let's go and take a quick look at that, shall we? Make sure we get the small window of weatherwise up still. There we go. Just in case. Alright, so here's a look at what we have going on right now. This is where our storms are currently. You can still see that big cesspool of energy right here, about 5,500 joules per kilogram of cape. And that's not going away anytime soon. All the models are hot on that. So over the course of the next few hours, that cape's going to only remain out ahead of the storms. Come on now. Oh, don't start this. Come on. What's going on here? There we go. Dang. I don't know why. I know it's clicked onto the window. I don't see why it was doing that. Anyway, though. So nothing really changing there. Let's look at reflectivity. And then there's going to be another feature we look at in just a moment. Get a better idea of what to expect later. Here's that line. It's really questionable as to whether or not as to what kind of winds we're going to see from this. We'll see some. We're probably going to get some 60-mile-per-hour winds for sure, but I don't know if we're going to get those hurricane force gusts. It's really dependent on a cold pull, and I'll explain how to pick that up on models too. It's a little bit more on the advanced side of things. Just taking a sneak peek at tomorrow. We might stream that. We might just do a regular video. I'm kind of leaning towards regular video right now, but the thing about this, these summertime setups, as I've said in recent time, very hard to predict. Okay, let's go ahead and take a look at some dynamics here. So we're getting out of the severe section and taking a look at our temperature advection. Not looking great from what I've seen here. So basically we're looking at temperature advection. There's two levels of the atmosphere we look at. We look at the mid levels. This orange area is warm air. We have cold air. And then the green area is what's called a isotherm. But isotherms aren't going to be as important on this. But really we're looking for where the cold and the warm air are kind of touching. The tighter the gradient, the greater the drop off in temperatures is. They're a little bit spread apart, but they're still there. There's good moisture here. There's not really an issue to be had there. It's just, I think if anything, we're kind of more on the warmer side, if I'm being completely honest. There we go. That's a little bit better there. We're really about to find out in the next little bit as to whether or not we end up seeing anything of significance for the next couple hours. By the time we get towards the next 3-hour scan here, it looks like it still tries to hold up. If it's a deep cold pull though, and if it were to even show up a little bit more prominently on the 700, I think we would have something. The mixing would be a little bit more potent. It would allow us to have stronger winds, I think, from this. Because we were just looking at it from straight up just the jet stream, I would say at this point. I mean, there's something there, but it's not, how do I say it? It's not to the point where it would be like, oh my goodness, it's gonna do it, you know. The timing in which this pops up with a low-level jet's gonna also be a key parameter too. So A lot of complexities with this forecast here, but whatever is going to happen, it's gonna need to happen soon. I'll see. Oh, oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Sorry about that. Whatever happens, it's gonna need to happen soon because the window is closing pretty quickly. And these storms are starting to kind of suffer as well. They'll keep going because of the amount of instability that's available. You'll see that based off the lightning. But in order for these storms to really become just massive wind makers, wind bags as we call them, it's going to need that cold pull and that low level jet to kick in. It's going to increase the forward speed of the storm. But is it going to be to that point where we start seeing the... But are the other parameters that I've been discussing, is it going to be enough to where we end up seeing those hurricane force gusts? Is still the key question we have here. Maybe this is what the problem is right here. There we go. Dang, I'm weak on everything now, it feels like. Those of you that are still watching, I appreciate it. I think we'll probably get offline at 10 maybe. We'll see. By then, I think we'll have a relatively good idea of what's going on. Because that cold pool picks up maybe around 11. But if these storms don't start to ramp up, it's going to be a long night. It's probably going to be a long night of just thunder and lightning. And maybe a couple big gusts here and there. We do have a 70-mile-per-hour gust observed, but anything else on here, well, we're starting to see an increase in activity now. Starting to see a couple of 70-mile-per-hour gusts sprinkled in. I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell whether or not this would be one that would be worth it. Because everybody's still alive. We'll just hang around and see what's what. Might take some breaks in between or something, depending on how things go. I'm not ready to just completely give up on it yet, but, you know, it's not looking great. I'll say that much. Oh, let's get the radar back up full screen. Sorry, guys. Get this second screen off too while we're at it. There we go. I actually think I might end the stream in the next 10 minutes. This thing looks like it's getting sloppier. It's trying right here. It's really just trying right up in this section. I don't know what I want to do at this point with this. I'm really thinking probably just gonna call it a night, but the outside, it's just that outside chance that's really keeping me like on my toes here. I think a lot of people are about to start logging off though too. Still a pretty storm from what I've been seeing off the pictures. Let's look at the velocity on this. Is there any sort of increase with this at all? If anything, it looks like a decrease. This looks a little bit more intense. This might end up getting observed right here as this is heading into Brandon. And this should be crossing the border momentarily. I think there's just going to be a couple pockets here and there. Like, the cold pool does not seem like it's going to form here, but watch. If I'm going to be wrong, it would happen after the stream. It almost always does. See what we got here. Oh, they're letting that ride, so that's done. 60. Excuse me. It's really these two. I think that's where the buzz might be coming from, is my volume knob. Well. They look like they're kind of weakening at this point, but the conditional thing about all of it, Troy, is just this one little pocket right here, and it's super conditional. So if things form up just right, if there's what's called a cold pool that happens in the mid-levels of the atmosphere, if that ends up converging here, then it turns into something. But if it doesn't, and it kind of looks like they're weakening, then we're just going to see maybe a couple severe storm warnings here and there like we're seeing now. So really, within these last few minutes, what I'm looking for, I'm just trying to see just what the storm structure is doing. I'm basically just playing the waiting game and hoping that if something is going to happen, that I'm able to catch it. I really hope nothing happens. But if it does, I want to make sure that I catch it and not give up on this too early. Because with my luck, and this has happened many times on stream before, especially the ones where I have to go to work the next morning, I end up leaving, all hell breaks loose. Are they heading towards Middleton? Let me see where Middleton is. And don't think you're going to be in any real jeopardy tonight. You would have a better chance for storms tomorrow, and even that chance is pretty low. I think if there is going to be any action, it's going to stay pretty far north of you. Oh yeah, you aren't even in the risk, because this is where all the action is going to be over towards like not even Waterloo, more so towards like Sioux Falls. Between there and Mason City is the greatest potential. We all see how that's going. Hasn't really been much action like further to the south at all, so I wouldn't be too worried about tonight. I wouldn't even be worried about tomorrow even. Everything looks like it stays away from you still. You just really have the chance of like maybe a pop-up thunderstorm or two tomorrow. You might get some rain overnight. That's really about it. It's nothing. I don't even think you would get anything that should keep you up at night. Should be a pretty chill. This should be a pretty chill evening for you. It's probably still going to be warm though, which kind of sucks, but I feel your pain there. Because it's actually still 85 degrees right now. It's almost 10 o'clock here. So, yeah, it kind of sucks. Keep on having to finesse this volume knob here just to make sure I don't give off as much hum. But you can probably still hear it right now, which really sucks. Let's see let me see what kind of volume you guys are getting out of this right now. Yeah, I need to turn that down just a skosh. I've been out of town all weekend, so I haven't even had a chance to play guitar, so I'm sorry. I just couldn't resist once everything started to slow down. I really am kind of getting annoyed with this hum, though. I really think it's either this volume knob that I have on here, or I need to resolder the wire that I have here. Hopefully, I still got wire left. I haven't like done a pickup. I haven't rewired the pickup since I've had this, and it's been over 10 years. Just wish I had some decent cameras over towards Sioux Falls that I could actually use. And know for a fact that I wouldn't get in trouble. Like, that's the main thing. Yeah, I'm going to hang out here for at least 10 more minutes, see what's going on. It definitely looks like they're trying to weaken. The storm mode looks pretty messy, if I'm being completely honest. So, I don't know, I'm trying to work with it. But yeah, I don't think that we're going to be dealing with a derecho tonight. It's pretty clear. So I guess I better change the title, huh? It is what it is. I jumped on the weather model train here, and then everything went the other way. Oh wait, I already did change it. I changed that way earlier. Okay, so let me look up the name of the town that got hit earlier in South Dakota, because really that's what I want to pay the most kind of respect towards right now at this moment. Can't find it now. Oh wow. A couple of storm chasers lost their window today from a hailstone. Watertown yesterday. Dang, I saw it earlier. I feel like the name's on the tip of my tongue. I want to say it's Dixon, but I'm not sure. I want to make sure if I'm going to change the title to that at least I have it right, you know? Yep, it was Dixon. I was right. Alright. Alright, so like I said, 10 o'clock comes around, I'm probably going to call it. It looks like it's coming apart. And there's a lot of rain out ahead of it. Usually when you get those bow echoes, you want to see this rain begin to clear out. It only seems like, if anything, it's growing. I would still expect 60-mile-per-hour winds to be possible in these areas, but I wouldn't think of it. I wouldn't think that we're going to have too much more beyond that. Those hurricane force gusts that were touted earlier, probably not going to see much of that. Probably would, if I could, I would show what I would do later tonight, but yeah, unfortunately, I have no way of being able to do that without having my stream taken down and probably getting a copyright strike, so sorry y'all. Anyone that is interested in actually seeing me play guitar. Really need to get like another microphone so that way when I am playing that you can see what I'm doing. Because this mic actually gets in the way. Maybe I should. I'm thinking about making a Patreon. To anyone that really is just interested in me doing that, but really, just like with anything else, the problem is time. Trying to organize my schedule to where I can do everything I want to do. But if I can though, I'll make it happen. And if there's enough interest, because right now I can't tell. But overall though, I want to say again, thanks to all of you that have tuned in up to this point. Yes, it's happened. Yes, it's happened, MX. I think it was last year, actually. I forget which songs exactly I played. I think it was my favorite band, Insomnium. And this wasn't even on the band's behalf. It's some record label that doesn't even know the freaking band. I think it's like a SME Entertainment or something. They took my stream down completely and gave me a warning. They didn't give me a full-on copyright strike that time. But yeah, you catch a lot of heat for that. And I think part of it was the fact that it's, yeah, it's really bogus, because I don't have any intent of trying to monetize off of that. Maybe, and this was during a time I think that the channel still wasn't monetized. Oh yeah. Oh, we got a tornado warning here. Looks like we'll have to hold the phone on the ending the stream here, because that tornado warning is for Lincoln, Turner, and Union counties in South Dakota here. This is still capable of producing straight line winds as well, but we have radar indicated rotation near Davis, moving east at 60 miles an hour. It's going to be near Beresford at the top of the hour, Newton Hills State Park at 9:05, and Hudson around 9:10 Central, or 10 after the hour. This is the area of interest right here where the little notch is. It's inside of that where you would expect the rotation to be. And there it is right there. It's literally just outside of Davis. Don't expect this to last long, because typically when we get these linear segments that prompt a tornado warning, we'll often end up seeing a situation in which these will drop quick and then they weaken just as quick, if not quicker. But yeah, back to what you were saying though, MX. That's one thing that I'm really apprehensive about, and that's why I've never played any of my own song. That's why even some of my own songs that I've written, I never really played them on stream. Like, I know I could, but there is a small chance that somebody might try to steal them if I show how to play the riff on there. So it's kind of a crummy situation, So I want to make sure that I have my song released, I have rights to the song before I do any of that, so that way no one can try their... So if someone wants to try their luck, I'm taking them to court. So I did everything, because all the songs that I'm doing them by myself. No one's mixing them for me, no one's mastering them for me, no one's helping me record them. It's all me. So gotta make sure that I'm keeping all my bases covered here, because I worked way too hard for somebody to just take credit for what they didn't create. It'd be like me saying I'm the one that invented Doppler radar. That'd be funny. Not one person would believe that for a moment. Dang that. There's a spot in here where I didn't have as much hum. I gotta figure out where it is and place my chair there. But I think any riffs that I can play, I just have to play them, you know, a cappella, just guitar only. Which, I mean, that's fine to a point, but I really prefer playing with a backing track. Let's look at CC here. Might have to do that side by side to confirm if anything was down. And the other thing about that is, I can't speak at all today. The other thing about that is, even if you do all the instruments yourself, like I've done in a few covers in the past, they can still copyright claim you. Just because the melody sounds exactly like a particular song. So, it's a tough game. It's a tough game to play, man. It really is. I'm trying to see if this might have been on the ground at any point. It doesn't look like it. This is probably the best scan was as it was passing over Davis. And I still can't really see anything. It looks like this is all contamination here. So if you look, well, that does look a little suspicious, but it could still be contamination yet. And just as quickly as it popped up, then it goes away, just like we mentioned before. Ugh. Alright, well. Yeah, just about all but one warning now. Still has the 70 mile per hour tag on it, and it's this one right here. Let me switch over to a good radar site for this. Ooh. Okay, never mind. It's actually kind of trash. Okay, so we kind of got what we got here. Yeesh. Wait, where'd the warning go? It's gone. Never mind then. Okay, so the only 70 mile per hour tag is this one right here where we have the tornado warning. I mean, you can kind of see that there. Yep, right up in there is where our 70 mile per hour winds. It might try to go to 75. I do see impossible. The question is this mixing to the surface? Because I see 74.9 right here. We'll see what happens. I'm glad we caught that tornado warning when we did, though. Because while I can't confirm whether or not there was something on the ground, what I will say is that there is a small chance that somebody within this area that's just to the west of I-29 might receive, and even east of I-29, may receive gusts above 70 miles per hour. We can't look all the way to the surface with the radar. Somewhere up in here, at least within the upper levels of the storm, at least the mid levels, maybe a little lower, we have 74 mile per hour winds ongoing. Didn't know that was still on. Might be a new area of rotation trying to pop up here a little further south, maybe? Looks like, if anything, it might get choked off by the rain, though. Definitely looks like it's trying to broaden out. The next scan probably should be really telling of what's really going on with that circulation, if anything. Dang. Let me put this down for a while. Put that down for a little bit. I just wish I had some cameras to work with. It really sucks. I just have still shots and only still shots. Wait, hang on a minute. Anything over towards Sioux City? Maybe I could use that? Nope. Dang, man. Literally, it's in the one spot where there are next to no cameras. I think once the warning expires, we'll probably call it. It's going to probably be, yep, it's going to be till 10:30. The forward speed of the storm definitely increased, though. We're at 65 miles an hour with that. Well, so what we were mentioning earlier, and that did come to fruition. I guess we'll go back to the single screen for now. We don't really need the double. We just wanted to see if we ended up having anything potentially drop. I want to lean towards no, but we might be in for a surprise tomorrow. If there was damage confirmed, then they're definitely going to survey it, though. And it really gets interesting whenever you end up in these situations where we have damaging winds and a possible tornado. you actually need for a decent line of damage to occur between the two in order to be able to differentiate between the pattern that would come from tornado damage versus straight line winds. It's an interesting job for the surveyors. What's up, Justin? That was quite the supercell earlier. Now, as far as the derecho is concerned, yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. 80 mile per hour tag. Finally got something going on with this severe thunderstorm. So this is a destructive thunderstorm for Worthing, South Dakota to Beresford. At 87 mile per hour gust. There's your hurricane gust right there. Hurricane force gust. This was an Irene. And to think that a little bit ago I was almost going to end the stream. It's a good call that I didn't. Sioux Center, Ireton, and Maurice are also in the path of this dangerous storm here. So this is a destructive tag severe thunderstorm warning that also still has a tornado possible with it. Yeah. Wish I could show his feed, obviously, but I can't afford him. He costs a little too much. Most chasers do, unfortunately, because I'm broke. Laughing about that, but I'm really crying. But yeah, I'm actually watching his feed on TV. Obviously, I have it muted, and I can't show it on here, but that's partially how I've been keeping up with everything today. I hope I wouldn't get in trouble for doing that even. I need to eat soon. It's been almost 5 hours since I've eaten. Yeah, because I ate before the start of the stream. So, yeah, 5 hours. Sheesh. Not good. Not good at all. Yeah, we're in the central part of the moderate risk now, so this kind of makes sense. For a moment, though, it just looked like those storms were not really trying to do it, but guess I was wrong, and I'm glad I stayed on. I wonder who all's still alive. Pretty sure Evan is, knowing him. Max and Ryan, I'm a little bit more question. I sometimes wonder if they'll do it. Hydrate towers. Let's go to velocity here and get a better look at this. So I guess that cold pool did deepen. Oh, we got 90 in there. 97. We even got hundreds in there. Yeah, that cold pool snuck in there and timed it, and it was timed perfectly with that low-level jet. Look at that, 109. I think outside of Fairview might be the worst part. God, I wish I could get a camera in there. See if I can try and get something in there. Hope that I can get lucky and just get one decent camera. That's all I ask. That is absolutely not happening. All these are just still cameras. And on top of that, half of these haven't even updated. This part of the country has never been a friend of mine. Oh yeah, I see it. Well, power just went out in Beresford. That really isn't any surprise, truthfully, with those winds being that strong. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. What's this right here? Oh boy. That sneaky little pixel of blue here. I don't know if I trust that. Hold on a minute. That last scan, that new scan just came in. Watch this though. That might have been a brief tornado. There's actually a chance that might have been a brief tornado right there. Yeah, I had to look at that again for a moment. I was like, wait a minute. Man. We caught that at the last second, right before it disappeared. Because look at it now. I mean, it still looks like it might be there, actually. I'll take that back. The CC doesn't match up well with the, unless it's right here, and then there's still another one right here. Yeah. No, it still might be down. I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell. Power is definitely down in Beresford. It might have came back on. I don't think it did, though. Some people might have some backup generators, from what I can tell. But I'm interested to see what might have happened here. If this does any damage, it'll warrant a survey. Population density does increase over here, so I'm really curious to see is what we could discover from this. Still got 109 right here, 109.6. Damn. Okay, let's look. Let's look now, see what we got. Yeah, it's starting to look like it's coming apart now, finally. Alright, let's go back to reflectivity again. Interesting situation though too with this. Looks like a lot of this is going on within the rain instead of out ahead of it. Let me see something really quick while I'm at it. I'm really curious. Who all is live right now? Not too many people. Yeah, it doesn't look like too many people are live right now. At least from what I've seen. Let's look again, maybe. Oh no, everybody is live. We might have to extend that tornado warning because it still looks like it's trying to do a sneaky little thing over here towards the south of Rock Valley. It's kind of hard to tell what's going on. Oh, Connor's out ahead of it. Nice. Wish I could follow. Wish I could show the feeds on here, man. I really do. Kind of feel bad. My pockets are just not that deep. Are we getting 110 yet? See 107. 105. Oh, 113. Yep. So we're almost breaking into category 3 here. At this point, we're only a couple miles. We're pretty. Actually, have. Because I think officially it starts at 111. But obviously, with the way it's rounded up on National Hurricane Center, it's rounded by 5. So 115 is what you would see on the screen. But I think it's like 111, 112 where Cat 3 starts. And they just round it up, I guess. But yeah, there's some potent winds here. Yeah, that tornado warning saved my skin there. So if I didn't, I would have totally missed it. Crappy part is there's still no cameras we can use. We only have still shots. There's actually a camera down over towards Sioux Center already. The other one, you can't see anything out of that. There's no lighting over there. Nope, still no view here. And this is an old picture anyway. Wait, no it's not. Oh, no it is. Daggone it. Just can't win. I just can't win the camera battle, it seems like, as of late. I might have found something just now. I think it's a little too far south, though. Yeah, it's too far south. That's over towards like Sioux City. And there is absolutely nothing going on there. It's all north of there. How frustrating. How frustrating. At least you guys know I'm trying. At least y'all know I'm trying. Okay, they allowed it to expire. Alright, cool. So now we're just gonna see just how long this goes on for. Doubt we'll get a derecho out of this, but we're gonna see some very, very strong winds. There's still a small chance it could last that long. I mean, there's enough energy out ahead of it to maintain itself. Just how long does that cold pool survive for? Oh, they went EDS with it. Yeah, this is moving at about 65, so it's all in the mail. Let's go ahead and go back to the single view. No need to really keep it split screen. We know what the deal is now. And really, it's just this section of the storm. Everything else seems like it's probably going to stay under 80 miles an hour, I would say. Well, actually, let me take that back. That looks really bad over there. Oh no, there is a chance that this. Oh wow, 118. Yep, definitely Cat 3 there. So yeah, this whole section is an ugly little mug. Yep, we've reached into Category 3 territory. Yikes. Yikes, yikes, yikes. Might want to pull up that. I think I might want to pull up that power outage map. That cold pool has mixed everything down from that low-level jet that's popped up over this area. And there's a small chance that there might be some rotation right here towards Alward or Alvord. Yeah, that might be a tornado down over towards Alvord right here. It matches perfectly, or almost perfectly, with that velocity signature. The velocity scan is a couple minutes older, but even so, with the component of motion, if you were to kind of combine the two together with its forward speed, it should be right about where that little drop is. It's a very small drop right here, but I do think that that's down as well. We aren't getting a warning on this, but I might as well just sound it anyway. I have to operate it manually either way. But just outside of Alvord, Iowa here, I would say that likely is a tornado on the ground. It's not a crazy strong. It might be. I would say that's a considerable rotation too. It's probably a drill bit, but I think a rope tornado is down. Man. Well, here we go. Yeah. You came in at the perfect time. This is when things really start. This is when the rubber's hitting the road here. A lot of people still alive at this point too, so we all stayed pretty patient. Yeah, things have picked up, man. Picked up very quickly. So I'm looking on social media right now. Corey Gherkin is saying that light poles have fallen on the brand new trucks at the Dodge dealership in Sioux Falls. That's rough. Where's the warning at? Because that is quite a signature that's starting to pop up there. That's quite a debris signature. And that is actually a really strong velocity to go with it. It's actually quite concerning. And there it is. It's about time. We might have another one over here towards Sioux Center. Come on, Siren, let's go. So we got our PDS, Severe Thunderstorm Warning, or EDS, which is weird. I'm going to keep calling it PDS, but this is for Lyon, Escola, Sioux, and O'Brien counties in Iowa here. This is moving east at 50 miles an hour near Dune. This is going to be near Georgia Matlock within the next 5 minutes, and then 10 minutes before it hits Sheldon and Ashton. We also have to look for Archer, which is included in the warning here. This is in effect until the top of the hour. A little slow on the warning there, can't lie. In fact, this rotation seems like it's weakening, and now there might be a new one to the south here. Again, over not too far away from Sioux Center. Might have briefly dropped something, or it just may have died off before it even did anything. I want to say again, guys, thanks for tuning in up to this point. Took a while for things to get busier, I know, but those of you that have hung around, just want to say I appreciate you. Looks like we're far from finished. We have a long night. It looks like we might be here for a few more hours at least. Might be here all the way till early morning. Because it definitely looks like things have taken a turn, and taken a turn rather quickly. Everything matured a little later than forecast, but overall though, looks like everything has come together here for a very dangerous event. We're not seeing 115 anymore. Oh wait, never mind. There it is right there. So there we are with our major hurricane force winds here, and then we also have them here. So Orange City now is about to encounter these 110 plus mile per hour winds here. And then we also have Hosfors, Alton in the path of it as well. And then eventually it's going to make its way to Greenville and Archer. State routes, anyone that's on State Route 60 needs to be in their safe spot. You really need to treat this like a tornado warning, truthfully. This will do the same kind of damage as a EF1, maybe even low end EF2 tornado. And those can still take roofs off and knock down walls even. So having these straight line winds it's no different than a tornado, truthfully. If anything, it's more widespread. So you could have a pretty wide swath, maybe even as much as about 30 to even 40 miles wide based off what we're seeing here on this alone. Maybe even larger than that. This could make it as a derecho. It just has to travel the distance. And with the amount of energy that we still have in the atmosphere at this time, I don't see why it doesn't happen. It was getting those winds to mix to the surface that was always going to be the key component. And, well, proof's in the pudding. We got it now. I'm wondering just how much of those 100 mile per hour gusts are actually making their way to the ground. I'd probably go as far as to say probably about maybe 85 to 90% of it. So there is a lot of wind damage that will be ongoing as a result, unfortunately. They issued another meso discussion. Probably going to issue a watch out ahead of it for central parts of Iowa. The outages haven't really come into Iowa just yet, but they're about to, I'm pretty sure. And they're gonna flood, and they're probably gonna flood in too with that. We'll have to refresh it every once in a while, but you're about to see the overlay here in just a moment. Yep, there it is, actually. Minnesota's got a few outages in there as well. About 24,000 are without power there. Those storms up to the north still pack a little bit of a wallop in their own right. Don't get me wrong, they're not anything close to what we're seeing on the southern end, but this northern end is troublesome. Just pouring over reports that are coming in too. We have Storm Runner Media is actually still stuck over there, which is pretty crazy. Just there's literally vortexes all across this line essentially at this point too. This whole map feels like it's got at least 100-mile-per-hour gusts. This is crazy, dude. Just hope that you end up on one of these little smaller spots where the gusts are at least cut in half as far as strength is concerned. And even then, you have to wonder if those are going to ramp up too. Whoa, 118. 120. That is crazy, dude. That is crazy. Gosh, I wish we could find some working cameras. Nope. There's gotta be something a little closer to the east, man. Okay, there is, but it's super far off still. You can actually see the lightning from this. So we might have to be patient, but Well, we're gonna have to just make this work, huh? And there's a camera right there. Hey, voice, long time no see. I'm doing alright. I would love it if we would get better cameras in Iowa and parts of South Dakota and Minnesota. But all in all, I'm alright. I can't complain. Things could always be better, but they're not the worst. Busy times right now, though, I will say that much. Just look at how much of this is 100-mile-per-hour gust. You even got a 120 right here just outside of Sheldon, Iowa. Pure madness. And it's crazy to think that less than an hour ago, these storms were looking pitiful. Yeah, no. No. Them governments do not want to pay for that. Those governments do not want to pay for cameras. Yeah, hopefully you've been doing well. I haven't seen you much lately around here. Dang, I need a... I do have some sunburn on my shoulder. On my shoulders, and I probably need to treat that after this stream. But yeah, I'm good otherwise. Oh, I gotta refresh the video. But yeah, even though it's far away, you can see the storm in the distance clearly. Look at all the lightning that's ongoing. There's nothing wrong with that. I struggle to balance my interest as well. I mean, the two main interests I have are winning out, of course, but really this one's been winning out more, truthfully. I'd love to put up more stuff on the music side of things, but it's been pretty hard. I don't think this warning's gonna last much longer as far as like tornado warning's concerned, but I mean, really the tornado warning's more or less insult to injury. Cause let's be honest, when you have winds on the radar popping up to about 120, do you really want anything? You really want anything else like a tornado? I know I wouldn't. Like, just leave me alone. I'm already done. I'm already cooked. So, if anything, it's a good thing that that warning's expiring. Well, we lost our 120 at least, though. Well, that wouldn't surprise me. But that's not something I'm gonna get into too quickly. I missed a few. I missed one yesterday, in fact. There was a pretty big tornado. South Dakota has been really active lately. But it was active today. It was active yesterday, but I was just coming in from a family event out of town. So I wasn't able to get home until like 3 o'clock this morning. And then right into this, pretty much. Oh, sorry to hear that you're sick, Makabek. Good to see you, though. Gotta reset my Kroger account password. Yeah. Business might pick up as we get into August for your area. The weather pattern seems like it's kind of trending that way. Probably might start towards the beginning part of the month, really. $110. Ah, no problem. Recently, things have been kind of slow on this end. Not in regards to weather, but just been kind of down on my luck with catching it. But then again, these summertime setups are always harder to read. Forecast models aren't always reliable with the summertime setups because there's so many incidentals. Yep, 114 is still the highest we've gotten. Let's hope this is the first sign of a weakening trend with this, because this might be a huge problem otherwise. That's crazy that I saw 120 on there a couple of scans ago. Like, from straight line winds, I don't know if I've ever seen that before. On Thursday for Arkansas. For storms? I haven't really checked since Friday. Yeah, I haven't checked since Friday actually. I mean, I've been looking, but I haven't really been able to access a whole lot in regards to models. I've just really been looking at what was happening real time. But I'm looking right now. Okay, let's see what we get here. Oh, there is some troughing that pops up there. Get kind of sandwiched in between a ridge here. Okay, let's see what we get out of this. I'm just gonna do like a whole check down. I'm not gonna show it on screen still, because I mean, obviously. Well, actually, I might show it in screen in just a second. There's another level of the atmosphere I want to look at first before I do that, though, just to try to confirm it. Okay, I do see short waves. Alright. God, these wind maps move so slow. And that's the real reason why I didn't want to just pump the thing up on screen. If we're looking at it kinematically, not much to write home about, I'll say that much. Let me look at instability here. Because really a lot of stuff is going to be cape driven anyway during this time of year. It's high cape, low shear season. And it looks like you guys are going to have something to work with there. Yeah, y'all got plenty of cape to work with over towards your region. In fact, cape values look like they're going to be about 3,000 to maybe even 3,700. Especially just off to your west of where you are. And then there's like another hot pocket of cape where we're pushing about 3,500, and it's to your south. So yeah, you got plenty of energy to work with. So long as you get those storms to fire. Which, let me look at this, if I can find that frontal boundary, then you're definitely in good shape. But I did see a little bit of troughing to come in that'll help aid with that. Looking at that real quick while I'm letting that load up. These wind maps load so slow. Dang, this is so widespread, by the way. This swath of winds. Probably one of the widest swaths that I've seen, maybe ever. Definitely the largest one that I've seen. Yeah, if it goes, you go hot on that. I would jump on that. And I don't see any reason why it wouldn't right now. Like, if I can verify that frontal boundary, then definitely go for it. And that's going to really probably be the catch-22 is the frontal boundary. Yeah, the frontal boundary, it looks like it's going to be maybe a sunset type of chasing deal, though. Unless you can get some earlier initiation. Okay, so that's the other thing to figure out on here is the time of initiation, and it looks like it would be, yeah, it's gonna be like right at sunset, maybe just a little bit before when you start to see that early initiation. Well, I know you will, so this should be familiar territory for you, because it looks like everything kind of fires off right between that 7 o'clock to 10 o'clock time frame for you, and then it kind of dies out quick. If it's just something to get you moving around, then it's perfect at the very least. You'll get some good lightning for sure. Yeah, you're at least going to get a good lightning show. As far as like the convective mode, it could be a mixed bag. We could get like a big cluster of storms with some damaging wind potential. I'm leaning against tornadoes right now, but we also know how that region's terrain can be too. So I would say be prepared for anything, but you know, expect nothing at the same time too. It could be either or. There are trees down everywhere in Sioux Falls right now. There's street cones all on the roadways here. Yeah, high winds and lightning looks to be the play there. Man, this is crazy to look at here, though. I want to show you guys something, though. We're going to go back a little earlier in the evening. And I want you to see just what this was looking like beforehand. Really, you're not going to have to go far, Justin. You really have two options. You could go at the northern side. You can go just north of town, or maybe really not even north, just like west of where you are. Just probably about 50 miles at maximum. Or you could really just sit where you are and just let it come to you. Or you could jump south on that. But yeah, it's pretty much in close proximity to you. I'll show you the models in a second. Let me show you guys what this was looking like earlier real quick before I do that. Because look at how these storms were. At one point, they were looking downright pitiful. This is what happened before everything got going, and then boom. Look at that. Almost instantaneous. That's how quickly this monstrous line of storms develop. Alright, let's go ahead and get you some model data here, Justin. Yep. Save on that gas money. Shoot, that's what I would do. That's really the only way I'd chase right now. Even then, I've still got to figure out a way for all of you to see it first. Oops, it's the wrong tab. Okay. Let's go with... I gotta use the, I keep forgetting it's better to use the beta version of Pivotal Weather. Okay, here we go. Should pop up right about now. Okay, it didn't. Why? There we go. That's better. Let's get this up right here. And we're good. Alright. Really, at this point, I can only really use GFS, Euro, and a few other models. The storms seem like they fire right around 0Z, and they kind of linger around for a couple hours, and then they're gone by the time 6Z comes in. But yeah, this probably is the most prominent feature, even though it says that the Cape is a little bit further off towards the south. That's the only reason I'm a little bit up in arms with things. It's no problem, MX. Appreciate you tuning in, man. But yeah, notice where the Cape is. It's right here. You have a secondary pocket here, so do think additional storms, which I mean it was shown on composite fires there, with Cape being right at about 3,700, you should be good there. Looks like an eastward component of motion, and then you have this southern piece right here to go with it. So you have plenty of options. But yeah, from that point, you just got to make a final decision. I think they might have just issued a new severe thunderstorm watch, possibly. Have they? Yep, this is what I'm using right now. It's what I've been using the last few months, actually. But yeah, I've been using WeatherWise the last few months, voice. Love it. There are a couple features it doesn't have that they're still working, but they're adding to it as we speak. So it's continually getting better. So yeah, I'd say go for it. Yeah, because I ditched Radar Omega a while ago, and I've been using this ever since. It's much easier on my computer too, which is what I really like. Yeah, I think it's like $6.99. Yeah, $6.99 a month. And even then, like you could just pull it up on a browser and it's still free. So technically, you really have a way around it already. Unless they did away with that, which I don't think they did. So it's really up to you how you want to go about it. But if you do decide to go plus, then I don't think that's a bad move. Strobe lightning. No problem. Always happy to help wherever I can. Alright, let's go back to the full screen here. There we go. Yeah, WeatherWise is good. WeatherWise is very good. It definitely has my stamp of approval. It's much easier on the computer. Pretty easy to use. I like the layout as well. I'd recommend it. The only thing that I don't really care for, and it's not like I really cared for it on Omega even, was the 3D radar. Never been a fan of the 3D radars. Looks like that corridor is finally starting to shrink, which is what we like to see, because sheesh. It's still pretty crazy though. We still have a lot of wind energy left over though, so we're not done with this just yet. Still got 100-mile-per-hour gusts left over as well. Yeah, even then, it's not just the three. Like this 3D radar just doesn't really give a lot to be appreciated. It doesn't freeze the screen with this one, but I just can't really. I'm just not really getting much out of it either. Watch this. See, it's just not really much of anything to kind of behold there, so to speak. Yeah, it's pretty easy on the computer, I would say. Yeah, because I didn't really slow down at all. I haven't dropped a frame or anything like that. It's just... Yeah, that's the only thing that I think has... That's the only negative mark that I would have for them, if anything. But yeah, outside of that, nothing... Nothing I'm concerned. There's nothing really bad on my part. Yeah, it probably is, to be honest. Because this is a pretty new app. And it's already one of the top of the line probably one of the top of the line weather radar apps now. Like I think it'll hold its own pretty well against both radar scope and yeah, it's a top 3 for sure. I have plenty of features that I can use. I can look at the precip map or precipitation type radar. You can look at differential reflectivity spectrum with specific differential phase, hydrometer classification, all of it. It's all there. It's very easy to access, very easy to find. They recently added the satellite onto there, and you can put that into a loop. You have the composite radar. You got the search bar to find your cities. You have your outlooks. Like I said, what I like most about this is the layout. The layout is very simple. And then they have the button to where you can reset your bearing to the north from the 3D. So, like I said, I really don't have anything that I could truly complain about. 'Cause, like I said, I don't really use 3D radar much anyway. I never used it when I was using Radar Omega, so it's not like I've lost anything. Oh wow, Minnesota almost has 100,000 people with power out. I haven't seen any reports come in from Iowa yet, but they're destined to come. With winds as high as what we've seen, I'd have a hard time believing it wouldn't. I wonder how many reports have come in now. I haven't checked that at all. Yeah, I don't know when I'll end the stream either, so I'm not worrying about it, Torex. I appreciate it. I'm not worried about it. Oh, so you got it working. Nice. Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out what the deal is with these storms and how long they'll be able to maintain this. Because it looks like it's starting to shrink. Wow. I just caught a glimpse of the camera, and I'm assuming somewhere near South Carolina, South Dakota, and there are chairs strewn about everywhere. I don't know exactly where it is, but man, these storms have been leaving their mark. That's for sure. This line of storms here. There's still so much wind energy left over. We're starting to see the corridor begin to shrink though, which is great news. Once these go below 90, I feel a little better now. As far as reports are concerned though, do you know anything, Torex? Yeah, I figured they did. I know that we know. Well, we know they did. I haven't heard any reports of power outages though, which we know that they had them in Iowa. Really, not even getting them from South Dakota either, which is really strange too. Yeah, he was in Iowa though, but I haven't had a single report of outages there. Right now, they're saying it's only 4,000 without power. And with as strong as those winds were and as far into the state as they got, I don't buy that. I don't buy that one bit. I think reports are still coming in, obviously. Because I'd find it hard to believe that that's not the case. We've only had 10 significant wind reports, too. Yeah, I don't buy that either. No, there's no way. I don't buy that for a moment. Yeah, I know about SRM though. I think he still said he was. I think he said he was still stuck in town, from what I heard. I don't know what the situation is now. I haven't checked in a while. It is just a literal mess out tonight, though. Things didn't really pick up till about Sioux Falls, so... Oh, okay. Well, that's good. I'm glad he's out. I hope everyone around town is okay, though. I wonder what happened in Kentucky today. Was it that same line of storms in Ohio that was the cause for the power outages? Okay, power outages are slowly starting to go up in Iowa now. They're up to about 6,000. I know there's more than that still, though. They're just coming in very slowly. Or maybe just the population is that sparse? I don't know. Could be anything. It really could be just about any... There could be 1,000 different reasons why they haven't come in yet. But yeah, I think it's definitely more than 6,000 outages. What? Man, I finally got back into my Kroger account. What the heck was going on with that there? It was wild. That's fine, Torex. Nothing to worry about. Yeah, it just kicked. Yeah, it was weird. It just like it logged me out randomly. I was like, "What? What's going on here?" I definitely did not do this. I definitely did not do this. Trying to make sure nothing got tampered with either. Yeah, it looks like everything on here is good still. Yeah, I was just trying to. Yeah, I was just trying to simply go to the store earlier, put in an order, so I didn't even have to go. And well, yeah, that turned into a whole debacle. And then I said, screw it, I'm just gonna drive there. And it was during the middle of this stream, actually. Well, we still got the 80-mile-per-hour tagged winds here. This continues now into Emmett, Kossuth, and Palo Alto counties. The storm's starting to slow down now. It's moving at 50 miles an hour. It was moving at 65 a little earlier, so we are seeing a little bit of weakening at the very least. These are still destructive storms for Emmett, Palo Alto, and Kossuth counties, but we have had gusts ranging from 60 to 90 miles an hour observed. So whether you're in Ethersville, Algona, Emmetsburg, Swan Lake, Five Island Lake, Ingham Lake, Iowa Lake, Union Slough, High Lake, Lost Island Lake, Okemempeden Lake, Silver Lake, Rush Lake, Armstrong, Greatinger, West Bend, Rufin, Bancroft, Sway City, and Burt. Still a dangerous severe thunderstorm heading your way with high winds. There's still a tornado possible tag with this, but these are doing wind damage. But this is still doing wind damage that's comparable to a tornado. So regardless of which of the two you may end up getting, you need to be in your safe spot. We're not seeing any 100-mile-per-hour gusts anymore. We're still seeing some 90s though, and that can still do plenty of damage. And they're high 90s at that. These storms might slowly but surely be running out of juice here. I don't think this will make it to derecho status due to distance, but the reports are going to be cumbersome enough to where we're going to have a lot of them. Simply put, they're going to be a problem. It's going to be a lot of surveying to do as well. I think we're going to have a lot of widespread damage as well. Trying to figure out how I'll set up my next grocery cart. But I really think about it. Okay. Yeah, this looks like this was probably going to start shrinking pretty quickly. We honestly love to see it. Still have some really strong winds on the north side of this setup, of this storm system now. I think we'll probably, at the rate we're going, we may end this at the top of the hour. overall, I'd say this was a pretty cool stream, though. And I appreciate everyone who's tuned in. We're just one like away from hitting 20. Daggone it. Again, though, I want to say how much I appreciate you guys. Those of you who've chatted, those of you who have just simply tuned in, hit the like button, all of that. Appreciate it again. Yeah, in studio it says 19. I don't know if that's like a glitch that's been like a thing over the last couple of years, but like apparently if you were to look on studio, it's always one less for whatever reason. Yeah, it was nice to catch up with you again, voice. Don't be a stranger. I'm still making regular videos. It's just been a little bit more challenging to do that lately with the way things have been set up. Because it's like either you end up on standby to go live, or you end up making a video and then you look away and a big storm system rolls through. It's kind of hard to find a balance in that. Yeah, he's been gone for a little bit. I'm willing to bet if I look on my phone, it'll probably say 20. I don't know why that is, though. Never understand that. Oh, I forgot about that camera, honestly, at this point. Has anything even rolled through yet? Well, it probably isn't even going to make it there at this point now. There are cams in Sioux City? Shoot. Well, if you got any, well, I would say if you got a link, send it, but I remember one time, Voice had sent me a link and it kicked him off my stream. So, I guess we can't do that. I guess send it to me on Discord. Yeah, I certainly remember it. I was just like, what the heck? YouTube was on some, weird stuff during that time, though. Then I also was still trying to figure it all out, too, so there's that. I don't know if it was a setting that I had or something, or what. Yeah, they really weren't. But around here, we're like NWA. If you know, you know. I'm gonna leave it at that. Oh, man. I'm trying to tell you guys, I'm pretty cultured. Alright, let's see if we can find another camera. One that's a little bit more ideal. Dang, man. Sunburn is really getting to me right now. Alright. I'll be looking forward in just a second. I think this is the same one we were looking at. Gradinger. Okay, let's try to find Gradinger then. Oh, wow. Well, it looks like there's nothing there. At least not with the, at least not with these current storms. All of these are still shots. And they are so fogged over and blurry, you're not seeing anything out of that. Well, it is what it is there. I've tried all I could. Dang, man. Yeah, you have to go further east towards like Fort Dodge in order to get anything at all. Yeah, it's looking east, so that's definitely not going to work. Sheesh. I guess we'll just look at the lightning. That's really all we can do. Talk about a bummer. I hope we're even facing the right direction with this one. There's still a decent amount of lightning left with the storm, so one would think that you would at least see something. And I haven't really seen much of anything. This is just 511ia.org. Just Iowa's DOT site, or 511iowa.org, or IA. Okay. Gotcha. I see it now. The Barefoot Bar. Ah, okay. Oh yeah, it's coming down right now. Well, what's left over of the chairs? I have to remember that. I have to remember this website. I'm bookmarking that. Yep. At least the wind threat's over, but man, that rain is coming down with a vengeance. Well, we'll hang out here for another few minutes, and then I guess we'll call it, because these storms definitely look like they're weakening. With every scan, it looks like these are kind of falling off more and more. Like I said, can only be good news, truthfully. I might hang out longer if you guys really want me to, but that just really depends on y'all. Yeah, you can see it. You can see the progression here, how it's slowly but surely been shrinking. Oh, look at that rain come down now. It's torrential. Still getting radar indicator warnings popping up on the south side of this. Let's check this real quick, see what we got on the south side. Not much. Yeah, these about to drop under 80. So yeah, I think this is about to be the end here. Yeah, we're just gonna hang out until the top of the hour. Like I said before, I appreciate all of you that have tuned in, man. It means a lot. We'll be at some point we'll be doing this again. I just don't know when. It could literally be tomorrow, or it could probably be weeks from now. Who knows? We'll have forecast videos and more up on there as well, so it's not like we're really going anywhere. We're just probably, I don't know what the stream schedule is going to be like. Really, with weather, how can you have one? Alright. Oh, wow. Minnesota has now got over 100,000 without power. Wow. It's been that kind of night. It has. Indeed it has, so we're surprised. Let's take a closer look. See who has the worst of it. Looks like Washington County. Of course, that kind of makes sense. A lot of people like being on that, being over towards the city, which is not far from where Minneapolis is. Alright, I think I'm gonna just call it now. Again, can't tell you enough how much I appreciate you guys tuning in. One day we'll be able to pay our chasers like Justin, and then eventually go even further beyond. But for right now, we'll do what we can to make things go. We gotta pay the core people first, though, before we go further. Until then, everybody have a wonderful rest of your night. And I'll see you guys soon. Also, just in case anyone might have missed it, long live Aussie, man. Good night. Nah, you've come in, not only have you come in clutch, but you've been good to me, man. So, of course, if I can help out where I can, I will try to do that. But everybody have a good night, though.